Captain, if you can give us a log, please.
Stardate 55004.3. We have just returned from Tellen III on our way to Starbase 21 after having provided escort from possible return of pirates against the 4th Medical Fleet as they evacuated the falsely enslaved people on the planet. Mostly, we were able to end the problem of Nausicans after the first week, but the attacks were stiff in the beginning. We are now heading to Starbase 21 to hand over Xareg to the authorities, and hopefully we will have a bit of time to relax before we are sent back out into the deep. End Captain's log.
All right. So back to ye old handy fleet map.
This place, I'm being in GM.
Okay, that's okay. So the Klingons were heading to the Briar Patch.
They
Yeah.
weren't that from us, though. We could have told them that the hunt was off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, first we have to. I feel like we should first check out if the ship Xareg was on actually has the Iconian device on it.
Okay. After the 2 weeks are up, you finally have a breather, or you could send an engineering teams to check the ship.
That'd be fine.
All right, Maddox to check the Nausicaan ship stem to stern, trying to and find out what kind of evil technology it has. First of all, I need more threat, as I have 6 players. It's gonna be to check the ship stem to stern. Reason engineering, difficulty 3, complication 2.
Should we spend a coup point so we could have uh, left give a hand?
I'd probably leave that up to Maddox, because it's... Yeah. I mean, that's too unreasonable that he could make that, but if he wants help, he can ask.
I know, just putting it on the table.
So we don't have any momentum yet.
We do not have momentum yet.
I think so. There's the idea I said.
Yeah, I think let's either get a little help or give a threat for an extra die, right?
Mm-hmm. But if you activate Leaf, he can be active for the entire session, so he might be of help.
Your talents, real quick. You have right to yeah. I think there's probably. Oh, you can't use that because you don't have momentum.
Well, I think he has. I think he did something about getting the ability. Well, that ability that allows you to just add an item to your personal gear, kind of.
Yeah, I don't think he has that talent yet. Yeah, I think you're either gonna have to add Threader or get supporting crew.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the sporting crib.
Okay, so you are down 1 crew support, but you activate Ensign Leaf. And do you have any focuses that might apply to searching a ship for alien technology?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
Would you allow for the assess the left to use troubleshooting as a focus?
Not really.
You okay? Well, we got lucky.
I do have a complication too, so there is 1 complication on board. Because that 0's a 19.
Here's one possible way to solve this, Maddox. You could use your Medal of Honor to generate 2 bonus momentum and use those to quash the complication.
Sounds like a plan, Captain.
And the complication is squashed. She's using that medal. But otherwise, you do get the roll. There's lots of non-standard equipment that seems to be grafted, for lack of a better term, onto the ship. If there's increased weapons power, or there's increased sensor ability. There's a cloaking device. But there's nothing specifically that screams, this is Iconian tech.
Captain unable to find any Iconian tech.
Can you establish the type of cloak?
Should be able to.
I'll give you that for free. This is Romulan in style cloak.
Is it nearly identical to the one that we have, or is it a newer one?
It's equivalent. Like within 10 years, this one and is probably a bit newer, but within the same ballpark.
And just to be clear, like ours are like not quite like the motion picture era or their TOS era?
This is like early TNG era, so like talking like Enterprise C.
After the treaty, then.
After the treaty.
I think then all that's left to do is go through the computer core and try to find if we can narrow down information about any of the other points of interest we have and see if we can eliminate some of them.
Okay. Let's do an extended task. Text my Ariel. Work track of
You might want to increase the font on that.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that. Oh, and the task is going to be okay, so I need to turn off mapping. So it's going to be a control engineering or con task. One person can assist. It's going to be difficulty 3, magnitude 3, with resistance 2. And a work track of 18.
Well, you already got Leaf over there, so. And he's got pretty good control engineering.
So, Maddox, do you want to take the lead?
Yes, unless Archer's control con is greater than 17.
No, he's rolling as good as he's rolling as good as Leaf would be.
Yep, I'll take it then.
All right, go ahead and start. Any threats, momentum, or focuses you want to spend?
So I'm going through the computer, so I should be able to use Starship Computer Systems for a focus.
Yep, that'll work. And do you have any relevant talents that would work for this?
Would an engineering tricorder be of any benefit going through computers?
That's kind of required for the job, so it's not going to provide a specific benefit.
Yeah, I don't think I have a talent that's going to help out on this.
Okay.
I think the best approach is probably just to bite the bullet and spend one threat. You should be able to make it with that.
Yeah, and that plus the help of the assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One threat for one die, please.
One threat. For one
and
die.
For the record, I hate giving you threat.
There's a medal that you can get that helps with that.
What was the complication range?
There's no complication range. So complication range of 1. One momentum gained, but there's a complication on the table. I'm gonna use that complication to increase the resistance, as the computer's fighting you for this information. But you do get it, so roll 2 plus your engineering, so 7 challenge dice.
And we did generate one momentum that I could re-roll those 2 dice with.
Correct.
So you're guaranteed, if you spend it on penetration, you're guaranteed to get rid of 2 resistance, which would give you...
That'll only give him up to 4.
Re-rolling is pretty risky because you only have a 1 in 6 chance of each of those zeros being a 2. And you would need those 2 dice to add you an additional 3 to get a breakthrough.
Roger that. I will not re-roll then.
Yeah, I think the most effective thing would be the piercing. You're not going to get a breakthrough, but you'll get some work.
Sounds good.
So 1 momentum down for 2 piercing. So that's going to be 4 work. All right. Same aim roll, same difficulty.
Oh, it's one of them nights.
Guess so. But again, you hit the difficulty, so you can roll your challenge dice.
Yeah, there's just about nothing that could be done about that.
Yeah, it's 4 work, but still no breakthrough.
Well, it's only 1 work because.
Oh yeah, 1 work because of resistance.
If you're feeling you need 1 extra little boost, Maddox, there's always the option to spend a determination to create an advantage or to give yourself automatic 2 successes. That may be able to get you into some positive momentum.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was starting to think.
If you want to spend your determination to have a baseline Nausicaan and computer interface, because part of the problem is this is in another language, not just another computer language, but another physical language. So if you're able to interact with that on the same computer operating system, that could decrease that could be an advantage, and you can use that to decrease the difficulty or the resistance.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay, so 1 undetermination down. To what value?
Starfleet specs or guidelines when in a pinch.
Do you have anything else that work?
Well, I've got the service for my honor and my family's honor, but because going through a computer is not exactly healing the ship.
No, I'll accept specifications or our guidelines, because as the direct specifications would be to try to get the computer to work with the Starfleet operation system. You're like, well, let's try backtracking that and get it to speak in its own operating system, and then we'll translate it. So 1 determination spent, you have an advantage. Would you use that to decrease the difficulty or the resistance?
I would do the difficulty because then you can earn momentum off of. If you're rolling 2 dice and your support is rolling a dice, you may be able to earn momentum you can spend on rerolls and piercing and things.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, advantage on difficulty. So now you're rolling a difficulty 2 task. And this would also fire right tool for the right job, since you're pulling this database ace out.
Wouldn't that be a double advantage?
Yep. So second advantage and also do difficulty, just to really bankroll the momentum.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So you're now rolling a difficulty 1 check.
3 20s in a row.
4 now, because the assistants also got 1.
Oh goodness. No, I'm just gonna take two threat, and the other one's gonna increase the resistance again.
The last time I seen 3 crit fails in a row is when I seen a mini boss die because of ball bearings.
That's 5. So, but we didn't. Oh, we got 1 momentum off of the roll.
Mhm.
Maybe take a shot at re-rolling them 3. See if you can come up with at least one. If you can come up with at least 1 success on each of them, then that'll get you a breakthrough.
Let's do it.
All right. Down to.
Oh, there you go.
All right. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Resistance. So that's a 5. And 1 breakthrough.
Well, now it's a difficulty 0 for you.
Mhm. Because you have the advantage of the database, you just need to get those breakthroughs now. Three momentum generated, and 7 challenge dice. There we go. That's what we're looking for.
He's figuring it out.
Yep, that's 8 on the table right now. So, with resistance, that is +6, and 1 more breakthrough.
Has that completed the work track, or how much is left on that?
There's 2 left on the work track.
Yeah, so if you spent 1 on piercing, then you would get another breakthrough from doing past the work track, and that would complete the task.
Let's do it.
1 momentum down. That will complete the work track. And complete the breakthroughs.
The chevrons are effects, and generally they count for 1. But you can get talents that do more. For instance, there's a talent for engineers that gives them +1 for every effect. There's a talent for engineers that gives them, if they get at least 1 effect, they get an extra breakthrough. If they get 1 effect and a breakthrough, they get a second breakthrough. There's one that gives engineers piercing 1. I don't think it's piercing 2. I think it's piercing 1 per effect. And then if in combat and in roles for doctors, there are also talents that do similar things.
Mm-hmm. So, chevrons are 1 plus something. So chevrons are usually pretty good because it allows you to do at least 1 work plus something in extra.
Generally, you only get the extra thing if you have a talent for it. Though.
Yeah, if you have a talent for it, or if you have some sort of special effect in play, or you spend towards it. All right. With the database dump, I can tell you that. Let me get this here. Besides coming, let's see, he's cut through Cardassian in space and come to Tellen III, and he's gone here, and just kind of doing loops. Stop off here, and you actually just missed him by about a week out Malway Station. Gone to this point up here. Yeah, he's been kind of like bouncing around the galaxy for the past couple months in this same ship. But one thing you do notice is a navigation point that does not reference any other point that you've come across. And that is... Where was it?
Here?
Wasn't... Yeah, it wasn't as in specifically the Arakan Nebula. I think it was up here on the far side of the Badlands.
I'm afraid we may have to talk Maddox into letting us take the ship through the Badlands, because that's not an enjoyable trek. And we're not going to be able to go through Zenkethi space because we nearly just had a war with them.
Yeah, very, very much advised not to go through Zenkethi space, but there is a little bit of a corridor where you could kind of skirt around it, but you're getting awfully close to Zenkethi space, or you can just duck through the Badlands itself. As for going through Cardassian space, it's possible, but it's generally not unadvised unless you're specifically in there for humanitarian relief.
Yeah. I'd say take a chances through the Badlands.
Yeah, I think we can just, as long as we're still working on Xareg stuff, we can use the cloak to go up there. And since this is still related to Xareg, I think we just take the cloak and go in between the corridor of the Badlands. With the cloak, we should be able to avoid any trouble from the Zenkethi.
That's probably a good idea. Anything else you want to do with Xareg's ship?
I guess the problem is you said we're like 3 days from 21, didn't you?
I kind of handle that, but we can backtrack. I can do math later.
Okay, because if so, then we'd have to do a lot of backtracking to get back over there, because we'd be, down here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think he meant Starbase 621.
No, I meant
Yeah,
no, I'm at Starbase 21, and
Ah,
yeah. 21 is the headquarters of the 10th Fleet.
yeah,
okay.
and you were heading back to headquarters to officially hand this over, and
I've got one quick question.
yes,
Are we able to ascertain that Xareg's ship is the big item that was being worked on from the inventory rosters that we found?
from what you found from searching the ship, no, this is not the big item.
That's what I was wondering.
So this is more. It's kind of a misnomer to call it his personal yacht, but this this is his personal ship that he's been taking around the quadrant to look at things. But his
For one,
big ticket item is probably on the far side of the Badlands.
for one momentum, is it possible to find information in the core that confirms that?
It doesn't outright I state it, but it does mention that the project and the sphere is over there. It keeps referencing in the key and the sphere. And it seems like they're working on the key in order to access something within in whatever this sphere is. But as for what the specifics are, there's no specific blueprints. And it's on here, just a shopping list.
So I doubt that any chance that the ship's logs will give us a defined location on where his ship would be, because I'd imagine that his ship would stop at the build site multiple times.
Yes, you do actually have a navigational point that the that it seems to be a home base he keeps circling back to.
So should we tell our Klingon friends about this location?
Did they say whether or not they had a cloak on them?
The Klingons, yes, they would have cloaks. They're
Okay.
they're in a, I believe it's a Burrell class.
Yeah, the
They're in a,
Burrell is the small scout ship.
yeah, they're in a Burrell class bird of prey, so they have a cloak.
All right, I think we can call a senior staff meeting.
One senior staff meeting coming up. All right, Captain, you have the floor. As everyone comes into the senior staff meeting.
I guess the first thing is everybody's department squared away?
As far as all the senior staff knows, all your departments are squared away. If you want to double check, you can give me a presence command difficulty 1 check.
That's for them, right? Not for me.
Yeah. It's for the individual department heads.
Could you say that again, GM?
A
That's not a real complication.
yeah,
Medic.
that's not a real complication. All right, so that's at least
Sorry.
this one. Anyone else want to roll? Maybe generate some
Yeah.
momentum.
Let me. Oh yeah, presence command. Double 19s.
Oof.
Now I am very worried about what happens if we try to fire torpedoes next time.
Yeah, you guys were rolling like aces last week.
Well, now we don't know what the status of the security department is. So I'd be afraid to shoot anything.
Oh god, we're peaking. We peaked. We jumped the shark.
Someone's whispering me.
Oh, Archer, you also have your complication range set too high.
He has it set too high because of a focus he used, and with that complication, Ensign Archer tries saying that the navigation and helm department is fine, but Captain, you get the idea that Archer is bluffing for some reason, and trying to make himself look good, but not really.
With sensory replacement, does it look like he's like his body temperature is really high? Like he's afraid of something, or
I don't know. Oh, Archer, what? Are you like embarrassed or something? Is your body temperature high? Lights on, no voices coming through.
More like afraid.
Okay, so you see a flush coming across his skin, body temperatures is rising, and you sense excess perspiration on his palms.
Commander Tolek.
Yes, Captain.
In your capacity as XO, would you schedule a review of the helm and navigation departments with the ensign here? Make sure everything is squared away.
I will see to it that it is running in proper form, at its maximum efficiency, and I will accept nothing less.
Very good, Commander. Did everyone who was gonna roll?
Huh? Yeah. Did anyone else want to on a roll? I think Dr. Bog wanted, and he mentioned something about looking over the files and reports.
I would also be remiss if I did not take a look.
Okay. Resonance command, difficulty 1.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was hard muted on Discord here.
Oh.
I thought, man, I guess they're just not wanting to hear from me today.
No, you've been muted the entire time.
You.
Sorry.
That was an epic fail. Pardon me.
Okay.
I failed my rolls miserably there.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
No, I just, one of the things I'd be doing in between time would be just reviewing personnel files, getting to know my staff in medical, and then in this ready room meeting here, if I would have noticed that he was not looking well, if he looked like he was perspiring, I probably would have piped up and asked, "Are you feeling ill, Ensign?"
Go ahead and give me an insight medicine difficulty 1 roll.
Okay.
What am I piling through these computers for?
We could do the check for over navigation with Tolek later.
License plus command. Oh, okay, I see.
Yep.
Department's personnel files.
Would,
I definitely have values and focuses that apply here.
What focus would you use? Use Tolek?
Computer expertise.
That's a talent.
Talent. Focus.
The focuses are on the other side.
Oh, there they are. I don't have any focuses that apply here.
Okay.
I got a value. I understand computers better than people.
I suppose you check to more go over the personnel in your department.
What? Say that again?
This is more a check to go over the personnel in your department.
All right, I have bold medicine, and then I have quick study. I don't know if those talents will help me in any way. I also have infectious disease for a focus, and biology.
I'll take biology as a focus. So you would click focus. To use your bold medicine, you would add a threat, and you'll be rolling 3 dice, and the bold medicine will allow you to reroll one of those dice if it comes up with an unfavorable number.
Do you feel like just out with the group, still new to this system, do you feel like this is a situation where I should go ahead and go that far with this, or just stick with what I've got?
Well, I think the main thing with these checks is to just get us momentum.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You have what you because doctor's orders lets you use medicine. You're rolling a 17, so it's unlikely you're going to fail this, and you got a pretty good chance of getting us momentum. So I wouldn't worry about the threat.
Okay, so on the complication range, I put that as a 1, and then just task roll of 2, right?
Right.
With focus used checked, yes. Okay. Here we go.
All right. Bullet gets 1 momentum. Doc gets 2 momentum, so you're up to 5. Tolek's science department is all squared away and good to go. Oh, you do have some. Well, you wouldn't really call them labs, but you have some personnel that have been going over some of the extra data that's come from Xareg's ship, but everyone else is ready and good to go. Dr. Erbog, you do notice that based on basal Boolean in physiology, a Boolean human in physiology, Archer is not sick, he's just nervous and afraid of something and trying to put on a brave face and kind of fake it till he makes it.
Okay, I'm probably going to wait until the end of the staff meeting to pull aside the captain to let him know my thoughts on that then.
Were you going to check, or were you going to make the check for your department? Because I think that's all that we're waiting on before I would...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to do that too?
If you want to.
Yeah, you don't have to, but I was going to let everyone do it if they want to before I responded.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
With doctor's orders, you'd be rolling presence and medicine. And then not specifically any focuses that I would go with this. Anything like team dynamics or working with people, bedside manner.
If he's been talking with his people, would counseling help?
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay.
So focus, yes.
Okay.
And another 2 momentum. You have 1 float.
Float go away if you don't use them. So the suggestion here would be use the float plus 1 of our stored momentum to create an advantage. Suggestion could be like, for the rest of this episode, maybe the next medical task you do that uses the ship's medical or something is like lowered difficulty by 1 or something like that. Basically, that your people are more than squared away. They're
squared away and they're ready for casualties.
They're working well as a team right now, so we've got an advantage of a bonus there. Okay.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay. And so do I check all the boxes, my momentum boxes on my character sheet to show that I've got stored momentum? Is that what I'm doing there?
You can, but I also I'll store it over here on my sheet. If you look down in the lower left-hand corner above Starfleet Command, red is threat and blue is momentum.
Okay, cool.
And I'll just mark this down.
Then I'll kind of look over the reports that everybody's turned in and Commander Tolek, Commander Calder, and Commander Maddox, all of your departments seem to be well in order, and congratulations, Dr. Bog. Your department seems to be a well-oiled machine at the moment. You should endeavor to see that continues if possible.
Absolutely.
As for our mission going forward, I think information revealed by Commander Maddox shows that we should go investigate another place that Xareg may have been. I think the cloak can get us there safely. I'd like to entertain suggestions on what we should do with Xareg and his ship.
One idea that seems kind of risky is just let the if the flotilla is still here, have them see if they could bring him to Starbase 21, or
That is certainly an option. The rescue fleet is still nearby. They don't have the security forces is quite necessary to transport dangerous personnel. But if you want to hand them off, they have a brig and they have a couple security officers.
or just just leave him at Starbase 621.
Starbase 621 is on our way.
Yeah, like if we're on, just drop the ship in Xareg at the Starbase that will stop on the way, and then just make our merry way to the see if Starbase 21 could send someone to pick him up.
Doctor, how healthy is Xareg as far as his ability to be interviewed?
After the initial surgery, he's been unstable, but you've kept him catatonic more for safety reasons. But you can bring him out at any point.
I tried to interrogate a cyborg Nausicaan might not be a.
I don't think the doc.
Idea.
Yeah, I don't think the doc may have heard you, GM.
Okay. For the past while after the initial surgery, you've just kind of kept him sedated, both for his own safety and possibly everyone else on the ship. You're not sure what to do with these Borg implants that have been grafted to him. But he's not been conscious for any interview as of yet.
Can we quickly have Maddox do some stuff to I don't know, detach the murder cannon off his arm?
Oh, that's a whole ordeal to get the murder cannon off.
That's unfortunate.
So, Doctor, how do you think he's stable enough to be interviewed, regardless of other considerations?
I assume I probably have to make a roll on that, but I would have to say at this point he's certainly able to at least speak, I would think.
Medically speaking, he's fine and stable. You're just not sure about safety considerations because he does have a murder cannon on his arm, along with various other Borg implants that he's stabbed into himself, it looks like.
Captain, it was the captain that asked me that, correct?
Correct.
Captain, he can certainly answer questions, but I do have concerns about the Borg implants. I would recommend we attempt to make them inert before we awaken him for any kind of interrogation.
Yeah, I agree, because I'm guessing that arm is probably strong enough to at least make a hole in the floor or ceiling to at least leave the level. Because I'd imagine there would be a Jeffries tube near the med bay, the sick bay's containment field.
Oh, very much so. That cannon, just from a slight glance colder, you can tell, oh, that cannon can melt hull.
Yeah,
Dr. Bog, go ahead and give me an insight medicine roll, difficulty 2. You might have an idea for this.
Okay. Do any of my focuses account for this? Surgery, emergency medicine, infectious disease, trauma surgery, biology, counseling.
Trauma surgery, you would apply, so yes.
Okay. All right.
This might be a technique you would use in surgery.
All right. And complication range is what'd you tell me?
Complication range is 1, the difficulty is 2, so you're trying to hit 2 successes.
Okay. All right.
And there is momentum on the table if you feel like it. Otherwise, if our numbers are really good, you can just roll the 2 dice.
I think it's kind of we want to interrogate this guy, and I want to make sure of this. If everybody's okay, I'm going to spend a momentum to get a third dice. Is that how that works again?
Mm-hmm. Or
Cool.
with your bold medicine, you can and give me a threat, and not only will you get a third dice, you also get a reroll. So if any of those dices come up with bad numbers, you can re-roll them.
Gosh, I'm looking over here. You already got 15.
Oh, what's the worst that can happen?
I saw you dump a lot of those at once, and bad things happen. I think I've got a 17 is my target, and
yeah. So you're trying to roll a 17 or under on a d20. Yeah. So there's only 3 numbers I can miss.
Yeah, so I think if by spending a momentum, I'm getting by pretty cheap here to get that third die and really nail this roll here.
Okay.
So
1 momentum, you can roll 3 die.
Yep. Okay.
And you get that momentum back. There is a specific technique you can and use called neural dampening. Basically, you would kind of stop all voluntary muscle movement from like the neck down. You would have trouble breathing, but breathing to get words out, but autonomic processes like heart rate, liver, and regular or breathing would take account. But he wouldn't be able to move any voluntary muscles, which is what his arm cannon and all of those other implants would be tied to.
Couldn't we just 127 an hour hit his arm and just chop it off?
I mean, you could, but you know,
that's probably illegal.
A, probably illegal. B, it might be highly dangerous, because you're not sure how integrated that is to his biology or even his nervous system. Because it's not just the fact that you are removing a bionic implant; it's also tied to his nervous system. So cutting off a prosthetic could cause severe nerve damage.
I mean, I feel like the arm the cannon that's attached to the arm is a lot more legal.
I mean, yes, but
Yeah, but we can't go just like amputating parts of him.
That's probably going to be against my Hippocratic oath to just go carving somebody up for no reason.
All right, Doctor. I don't think you're going to be able to get him in a shape for Calder to have enough time to interview him before we get to Starbase 621, so I think he's going to have to come with us. But I would like you to coordinate with Maddox on the approach to, if nothing else, rendering him unable to use the arm safely, if possible, removing the components of it that could cause damage.
Well, Maddox might be able to do that. That's an excellent point, sir. We could have him remove key components in the Borg tech that might disable it. But I could also very easily paralyze him, and we can have the machinery breathe for him and take care of his automatic functions. We do that all the time for various surgeries, so very little risk to him.
We will need him conscious and able to speak, though.
he would be able to speak. It would just be any kind of labored breathing because he won't be able to take a true deep breath after you speak. But he would be able to speak in a form. Basically, this kind of partial paralysis is kind of used for specific neural reconstruction and surgery. If there's nerve damage in the legs, it'd kind of paralyze the area so it doesn't move, but they can still communicate with the person to like, okay, can you feel this, or does this nerve reconnect, or do you have any sensations, that kind of stuff. So it's a known technique.
Doctor, let's keep him sedated until Maddox can find a solution for the arm. I don't want him. I would prefer that when Calder talks to him, it's in as comfortable an environment for him as possible. I would hate for us to finally bring him to trial and accusations of torture or the like come up.
I feel like just like with this much of a complication, wouldn't it just be easy to just drop him off at the Starbase without keeping him on in case?
I think he could provide valuable information about the place we're going because we don't know what's there.
And
Plus, you could also use him as a bargaining chip for whoever's there. Hey, we have your king. Stand down.
Yeah, and also so there is a chance if we do try and get him, he give us false information that'll give him give his forces an advantage.
Well, I trust you, Commander Calder, to sift through the false and the true. You seem a capable interrogator. Alright, then, Dr. Bog, I am going to give you the use of Commander Maddox and his people to handle the arm. I would like the arm disabled before we talk to him, but I would like to talk to him when he's able to sit upright on his own in a comfortable manner so that it doesn't harm the eventual prosecution of him for his crimes.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't dream of harming my patient. Everything we do will be to ensure the safety of our crew, but also the safety of my patient.
And I will insist that until this is resolved, that anytime you intend to interact with Xareg, that Commander Calder has been made aware and has had time to provide you with adequate security personnel for contingencies.
Absolutely. To be perfectly honest, I would prefer a security officer at all times with this patient.
Commander Calder, you could make that happen with your or security officer or benefit, and just spend that to have a security officer present in sickbay at all times, or you can roll a present security difficulty 2 to call a team to be down there.
I think
And I'd like to, if you don't mind, just so you understand my justification on that also. We don't fully understand the Borg technology and how he's integrated in his body. And while I feel like our pressor fields should do a good job of keeping him unconscious and keeping him under wraps, I do worry about the unknown factor of those items in his body. And I'd hate for us to let our guard down and find out in a painful way that some of his tech has the ability to negate our pressor fields or the drugs that I've given him, and we find him rampant on the ship. That's why I'd like a 24-hour security on him.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the base of saying he's our prisoner.
Absolutely.
So yeah, definitely a security officer with a rifle.
And do I have the ability to put a force field around him as well?
Well,
that would be something.
Yeah, a suppressor field was already put on him last episode.
Right, but I think the sickbay has the ability to. I can put up a containment field too, also, couldn't I?
Yeah.
We can do that as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
move here, then.
All right, so Calder and Dr. Bog can set up security measures or next scene. And then Maddox and Dr. Bog can work on disabling the arm cannon. What are Tulux and Archer's orders?
I'm not quite finished yet.
Okay.
Ensign Archer, if you would go ahead and prepare a review of your department. Commander Tuluk, I'll first need you to take command of Xareg's ship and follow the Svalinn under escort back to 621, where we can deposit that ship. And then once you're back on board, you can start the review of the navigational department.
Aye, Captain.
All right, I think that's everything. Tuluk, we'll see you at 621. Safe travels.
To you as well, Captain.
And I assume, like the doctor said, he's going to try to stop me before leaving, but I don't know that, so I'm going to leave unless he stops me.
To the captain?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm stopping you to talk to you about what I observed.
All right, everyone else files out, and then the doctor catches as the captain for a private sidebar as everyone else leaves for their duties.
You have something you need to discuss, Doctor?
I noticed it's Archer, right? Is that who it is that we're talking about?
Yep.
I just noticed Ensign Archer was appearing to have some issues and best I can tell, he's scared of something. Just thought you should know that.
Yeah, I kind of point to my visor. I noticed he looked uncomfortable. That's why I'm having Commander Tolek take a look into this. If you think it's necessary, I wouldn't be against you acting in your role as the ship's medical officer and counselor to investigate further. It might just be a case of getting used to being in charge of a department as a junior officer, or it could be something more serious. But I think Commander Tolek can get to the bottom of it. But again, I wouldn't be opposed to you also taking a look into it if you would like.
If you don't mind, I would just like to make contact with him and just counsel him a little bit and see if there's anything that's an external force that's bothering him, or if there's some way I can help him if it's something that he's anxious about.
I think that's appropriate. I will remind you that if you run into something that is pertinent to the safety, security, and operation of the Svalinn, then I would request you pass that along. But if it remains personal, then it would be acting in accordance with your orders, I think, not to inform me.
Absolutely. If there was anything that endangered the crew or the ship, I would let you know immediately.
Very good, Doctor. Was there anything else?
No. Thank you, sir.
I'll nod, and then I'll head back out to the bridge.
So, GM, I wouldn't make a beeline for it, but at some point I would try to make contact with Ensign Archer just to kind of have a discussion with him and see. I would probably outright mention the nervousness that I noticed and try to use my counseling skill to kind of see if there's anything I can do to help him. See if it's something that I can help with, or if make sure it's not something that's an external factor that we need to worry about.
Okay. Do you want to work on that first, or do you want to work on your other patient in sickbay?
Do I have time to deal with Ensign Archer first?
And you have a couple of days before you get to the Starbase.
Okay, then let's go ahead and see if there's anything I can do to help Ensign Archer initially. And I wouldn't call him to my office or anything like that to increase anxiety. I would try to catch him like at mess or something like that. Also.
Okay. Ensign Archer, you wanted to do a scene in your quarters?
Yes.
Alright. New scene. And we cut away to both ships are underway. Commander Tolek has a small crew on Xareg's egg ship, huffing and puffing along, but doing a respectable warp speed. And we cut to Ensign and Archer after hours is in his personal quarters. So, Archer, what would you be doing at this time?
Um, I'm pacing and thinking, and I move towards the desk and pull something out of it.
Okay. Archer moves to his desk and pulls out a small trinket of sorts. It's probably about three cubic inches. And it's kind of a dull all metal, but it has some texture across it. Kind of iridescently plays with the light of the starfield streaking past the window. And what do you do with the trinket?
I pocket it, and I was also planning on this being the scene when Dr. Bog were to question me about my deception of the captain.
And Doctor just SBRB'd. So, for as long as you can, and remember this cube hasn't done anything, and there's no hinges to open it up, but it's kind of weighed unevenly, so there's some sort of internal structure to it, but there's no way of accessing it.
Could I research it on the ship's computer systems?
Sure. Reason science. Let's make that difficulty 3. And the ship's computer science can help.
Would sensor imaging or experimental technology work as a focus?
Experimental technology.
I would like to use my spirit of discovery with my determination and get 3 momentum to buy 2 dice.
Okay. To which value? Archer?
Yes?
Which value would you use for Spirit of Discovery?
The ship is my home.
And you're doing this to protect your home?
Correct.
Yep, I'll accept it. So you can roll up to 4 dice. And then the ship assists with computer science. Alright, gain 2 momentum off that. Just as have you've seen in about a decade before, this little trinket seems to be very close to what the Enterprise D found on Iconia. It's related to Iconian technology. It's the same technology base. Any other questions you would like to ask?
Not at this moment.
Dr. Bog, you can find Ensign Archer in his quarters, if you would like to speak with him.
Well, I didn't really want to ambush him in his quarters. I was hoping to catch him kind of in a more comfortable setting that's not quite as intimidating. Is it possible to catch him during like a dinner break or something in the mess hall?
For 2 momentum, I can allow that. To kind of create the advantage of catching him at the proper schedule.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'd like to do that because I want to.
Okay.
I don't want to ambush him. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to help him. I don't want to make it feel like I'm ambushing him, basically.
All right. 2 momentum down, and eventually, Archer, you kind of head to the mess hall just to kind of get something to eat that's not replicated, and Dr. Bog kind of catches you at your table.
Ensign, you mind if I take a seat?
No, I do not mind.
I go ahead and take a seat. And how are you liking your post here on the Svalinn?
The posting is fine, and Dr. Bog sees Archer fiddling with something in his pocket.
Fantastic. I'm getting to know my staff, and I have to say they're exemplary. I'm very proud to be a part of this crew. And I've been just trying to get to know some of the command staff, and I couldn't help but notice that in our staff meeting here, what has it been, probably a day or so now?
It's probably a day, and maybe the next day.
That you appeared quite nervous, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to me if you needed to. I've got a background in counseling, and would be happy to help you with anything that's maybe on your mind or bothering you.
Nothing that you could help me with.
Oh, I see. Is it something that I can get you some help for you? I mean, we've got an excellent crew here. If I can't help you, maybe someone else can.
It is very sensitive.
GM, am I noticing that seems to be defensive in a hostile way or anything like that, or
give me an insight medicine roll. Difficulty 2. Archer, are you actively trying to hide your intentions?
Not actively, more like passively.
Okay, so difficulty 2.
Okay.
And your focus and counseling would apply.
Okay.
Generate 1 momentum. As indeed, he is being defensive, but Archer, could you explain a bit more what you're defensive about in a sentence or less?
Being protective of something in my possession.
Ensign, is this something that we need to be concerned about as far as the safety of the crew, or your ability to do your your job?
It should not affect my ability to do my job.
I have to tell you that I'm concerned about the use of should not. We don't have room for error. Is this something that I need to bring you to sick bay and conduct a study on? If you have an ailment that is hampering you, or something that's could possibly interfere with your duties, it's my job to make sure the crew is at 100% efficiency.
It is neither sickness nor physical.
All right, Ensign. Well, you know you can come talk to me. I am a bit concerned about what's got you worked up. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on you also. If I feel like you're being deceptive or in any way possibly hampering the mission of this vessel, I will bring you to sickbay for an evaluation.
Let's try this mechanic of an opposed roll. Dr. Eric can use Insight Medicine. And Archer can use Presence plus Con. And you're going to be rolling it against each other, and whoever gets the higher number wins. And
should I have focus on or off?
You would have focus on because you're using your counselor skill, and Archer would have focus on using his deception skill. And I'm spending into threat. To threat at Archer gains +1 to his roll, so he might not have to tell you.
Really? I'm going to spend a momentum then to get an extra dice. Can I do that?
Yep.
And then
you might actually want to spend a threat for bold.
Well, that's you literally jump the gun there on me. I was actually just getting ready to say, and I think I want to spend my do my bold medicine here, which gets me the 4th dice, correct? For the threat.
As spend for or each additional dice is +1. So generally, what people do is so 3rd dice is one resource, or 4th dice is 2, and then the 5th dice is 3.
Okay, I just want to use my bold medicine.
Okay, so that'd
be
1 threat, and then to get a 4th dice, it'll be 2 momentum.
Okay.
So you
all right,
can roll.
So I got.
Yep. So it'll have 4 dice on the table, and you can re-roll one of them.
All
Archer,
right.
Would you like to spend any momentum or threat on this?
I'll give you a threat.
Okay.
Well, it's not as good as I'd hoped, but
it's good enough.
It's good enough. Archer, you are compelled to tell the doctor about the object. You feel like you can and trust him, and that maybe not for the good of the crew, but for the good of yourself, you should tell him a little bit about what's going on. If you like, you can and request that this be more in a more private situation.
I will request that.
Absolutely, Ensign. Would you like to meet me in my office later?
Of course, I believe I can do that.
All right. I'll give him a time that's maybe an hour from now. It doesn't interfere with his shift and all.
Okay. An hour from now, Archer, you have an appointment to speak with the doctor in private about what's been concerning you and scaring you. Meanwhile, who is where? Maddox, let's cut to you looking in on this Borky stuff.
Sounds good.
So, you have in front of you a Borg plasma cannon that has been force welded into this guy's arm or into his shoulder socket. You're not sure how it's connected up there, but from the shoulder down, I mean, it's technology, you could disable it.
Yeah, I think I'd want to examine it first before I started trying to tinker with it.
Reason engineering and an engine. Spending 2 threat. And since you're on the ship ship can assist. And your computer's expertise needs talent and will roll in, so you could re-roll the ship die if needed. But reason engineering difficulty 4 task is what we're looking at.
Now, is there a biological component that I can add help to?
If you would like to, yes, you could add help with reason medicine.
Absolutely. And I assume biology is probably going to give me a focus on that.
Since both of you are looking at this at the same time, one has to be the primary and one has to be the assistant. And the assistant rolls 1 dice, and the primary can roll 2 or more dice.
I'm going to say that I'm probably the assistant here. I'm just helping with the biological component.
Okay. Maddox, did you want to purchase any extra dice?
Yes, I'll burn 1 momentum for 1 extra die.
Alright, 1 momentum for an extra dice. Any focuses that could apply for you, Maddox?
I don't think I have a focus in something of this nature.
Let me double check. Nothing specific, no. Actually, I would accept Starship Power Systems at increased complication. So it would bring your comp up to 2, but then you can use your focus.
Okay, that sounds good.
Alright. And roll 3 dice, Maddox. Dr. Bog can roll 1, and the ship can roll 1.
Wah, wah, wah. I ain't never seen nothing like this.
We're good.
And really, you haven't, because this is not normally how Borg tech usually works, but you do gain that momentum back. It appears that since this isn't quite Borg or tech, normally Borg tech is powered or by independent power supplies distributed throughout the body, and that's recharged when a Borg or drone goes into an alcove. That's part of the reason why they have to go to the alcove every night, is to just recharge those batteries that power their cybernetics. This one kind of has a similar thing. There is an independent power supply that kind of runs on the cybernetics of the arm. You could disconnect that, and that would render it inert. There's no muscle fiber or anything left from the shoulder joint down, so without that battery, it's just dead weight. But because it's Borg supply, there are 3 specific power supplies. All of it, and one of them is just needed to run the whole unit, because they're Borg. They have backups. And also, there's the unknown factor of Borg nanites repairing any damage you do.
But if he just disconnected it, would it be considered damage? Maybe the nanites wouldn't consider that damage if he just disconnects it.
If you disconnect it, the Borg nanites will go, wait, we need power. Where's the power? The power's over here. We're gonna rebuild that. Unless there's a way you could bypass that kind of inflection.
Maybe make it think that it's deliberately in a standby mode?
That could be something to do. What do you think, Maddox?
Well, it's a possibility if we can trick him. But I definitely do not want this thing to somehow try to hook up into the ship.
Or decide that it's under attack and go on a defensive posture.
That too.
There may be a way of doing that.
Would we have any access to some so Borg reports, investigations, etc.?
Yeah, you this is in the final year of Star Trek Voyager, so Voyager has been in contact with the Federation, and any information they've gathered from the Borg, or you would have. We're not quite to first contact yet, I don't think.
Well, first contact was before Voyager ended, because the Defiant was there with Worf.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you would have some rudimentary information on Borg and Borg studies from Seven of Nine being liberated.
There's also, you might be able to get information from 207 being liberated, because...
Oh yeah, I forgot. There is another Borg unit that has been liberated specifically within the 10th Fleet.
Any chance he's on speed dial?
She, and probably. But,
This is like, I'd like to use one of my lifelines. I'd like to phone a friend.
Actually, I think the doctor who helped 207 is currently in jail, but that's a different story. Because that was Owen, right? Winchester?
Maybe?
It was Orin and Lieutenant Wallace, and Wallace is still,
I think so.
yeah. But the medical records of, like the rudimentary records of, hey, we liberated a Borg. This is how we did it. Are available.
Yeah, I think I would deeply study over those before I proceeded.
Okay. Control or insight. Engineering. And whether it's insight or control kind of affects how that's gonna go. What answers you would get. And Borg Tech, not quite the way you're looking at it. Controller insight, engineering, difficulty 4, assisted by computers or engineering. To read over those reports. And since the medical thing, Dr. Bog could also assist with their insight or control medicine.
Insight, control, medicine. Okay.
Insight or control, whichever one you think.
Insight's my better. So.
Okay, so it'll be insight medicine.
I will definitely use 1 momentum for a third die.
All right.
Now I only get to use 1 dice. Is that correct?
Correct. Since you're both looking over the same report.
Gotcha.
And I'd still be looking at being able to use the same focus, right?
Yes.
Man, that's a stinky roll.
And computer, maybe. Computer comes through in the clutch.
I also could have re-rolled the 0.
If you want. If you want to go fishing. Fishing for momentum.
Oh, what the heck.
And you gain 1 momentum back. You do get the reports of how to. This is really weird because this is kind of working in backwards down a different vector of what's going on with Xareg. Because with a Borg or drone, a liberated Borg drone, they have to have a Borg alcove to regenerate in. And they have so much of their biology that's been replaced by Borg parts, they need to be supported by those energy cells, and those energy cells need to be regenerated. But
did we know? Sorry.
But with Xareg, it's kind of a different story because his biology isn't dependent on it. It's not integrated into any vital system. It just kind of runs the auxiliary. But one thing of note, one of the command codes within a Borg alcove of when you start a regeneration in sequence, there's a series of command codes it kind of gives to the a drone, like a proper shutdown sequence. And one of those is a proper shutdown sequence that puts the drone in a standby mode, which freezes all their musculature and kind of powers down all their Borg or implants to a low power mode to be able to regenerate. So simulating something like that could trick the arm into thinking, oh, I'm in a Borg alcove, I'm supposed to follow this set of instructions, shut down, go to low power mode, and freeze. Which kind of resembles why when a Borg drone goes into an alcove, it kind of stiffens up and just stands there.
Alright, I relay this information to the captain and ask him if he wants us to proceed with trying to put it into a regeneration mode.
Say that again.
I relay the entire report about how we could potentially put the arm or the arm into like a sleep mode.
Basically, a tricking the arm into thinking that it's being charged, and part of the charging process for all Borg parts is for the component to go into sleep mode.
If the doctor also signs off on that report, then I'll greenlight it.
As far as you can tell, Doc, you're not sure. This isn't your standard Borg implant. I will say with that, at crit failure, you're unsure how that would work, and you're afraid of causing a feedback pulse that could fry his nervous system further.
Okay. Let me see here. Is there a talent that I might be able to use here?
Let me look at your sheet.
I'm kind of reading over it right now.
I would say
I'm kind of wondering if maybe I shouldn't use Doctor's Order that last time, or Quick Study.
Quick study would apply for any medical procedure you do, because this part of the difficulty increase would be your unfamiliarity with it. I don't think. Does your character have any background with working with Borg or any Borg incursion? Were they at Wolf 359 or anything of that sort?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so
Yeah.
part of the difficulty increase would be unfamiliarity with Borg and working with Borg in particular, but quick study would ignore that. So you're not sure how this will work, but hey, you're a quick study. You could pick this up.
Captain, I think that if Maddox is okay with it, I trust him. And I believe I can probably follow along fine and get this done.
Good luck and go for it.
Sir.
Okay. There's gonna be a good couple hours prep as your teams get ready to do this surgery, and in that meantime, Archer and Dr. Bog can have their counseling session in real quick.
Okay.
So, Archer, you kind of make your way down to the med bay. There's two armed security e-guards of Type 3s. He's standing in the operation arch, but Dr. Bog is in his private office. And there's a door you can close, and you can opaque the windows.
Okay, I'll make it as private as possible for us.
Yep.
Ensign, I'm gonna let you lead off. What is it that's got you bothered?
As he pulls out the object, he says, "It's Xareg."
Do I recognize what the object is?
I don't think so. This is kind of unfamiliar technology.
So, what about Xareg bothers you, and how does this object? How is this object relevant to that?
Xareg has been hunting Iconian technology, or objects.
And this is Iconian?
From all that I can tell.
Is the captain aware that you have this?
He is not.
Well, Ensign, I think it's important that we advise the captain that you have this technology on board. Do you know what this technology does?
No. No, I don't.
Where did you get it?
I found it in the Paulson Nebula in 2366.
GM, how's that relevant to me? I don't know the dates or anything.
It's like 11 years ago.
Yeah, it's 11 years ago, so Archer would have been just a child, if his age is correct.
And you've never found out in that time what this does, or it's never interacted with you or done anything other than what it's doing now?
It's been on Earth for a while.
Okay. Has it ever done anything other than what it's doing now, or interacted with you in any way, shape, or form?
Not that I know of.
Well, again, Ensign, if this is something that Xareg has been after, I feel like we need to make the captain aware, especially since it's technology that maybe we don't understand. So if you're comfortable with this, I'm going to call him down here at this time.
You are the higher ranking officer.
I'm going to page the doctor to my office, or the captain to my office. I'm the doctor.
Captain, you have been paged to the doctor's office.
I mean, if he just pages me, then I will go down there, but it'll just be in the normal course of the day, because it's just like a request for an appointment or something, so it may take a little while.
All right, I would make this more specific. I would hail him directly then, and indicate that I have an officer in my office that we need to have a discussion about right away.
In that case, I'll head down there post haste.
Man, you know, if you had dissed Bones like that, that would have caused a ruckus now.
Alright, Captain airs about 15 minutes later.
Okay. Captain, Ensign Archer has shared something with me here that I feel could be a concern for the ship. He has a piece of technology that Xareg was actually after. He's had it for quite some time, but we're not sure he's not sure what it does, and I certainly haven't seen it before.
When did you get it, Ensign?
2366.
But how do you know it has any connection to Xareg then?
As far as I can tell, it is Iconian.
I extend my hand out to toward, like I'm asking for him to pass me the object.
I hand it to the captain.
I'm just gonna use real quick the visor to go through a bunch of spectrums and look at it and see if anything pops out at me. GM?
You quickly go through your visor, rotate through frequencies. You notice that it absorbs a lot of the frequencies. It's almost a black body of sorts. It kind of registers in the visible spectrum. It's completely invisible from infrared down, and your visor can go up to higher, like, mid-range gamma rays, and there's some weird oscillations and reflections in some of the X-ray frequencies. But as far as active power sources, there are none. This is just reflecting what's ambient in the environment. So, I mean, looking in the higher frequencies is kind of weird because there's no light source. But the weird thing is, underneath basic infrared, it is completely black, which is highly unusual.
Is it possible to do some kind of insight engineering to see if there's anything I know about it, or that it stands out to me from an engineering perspective?
Yeah, insight engineering and difficulty 4.
All right, take 3 threat.
Taking 3 threat.
Go ahead and take. Actually, go ahead and take 6.
Okay, 6 threat.
I'm gonna roll real quick.
First, the movie for Contact happened during 2373.
Oh, so the first contact incursion was 4 years ago.
Yep.
Actually, almost 5, because we just rolled over to 2378.
That means all the Akira you don't have, you get a free fib.
Would you allow me to spend a determination towards always watch your back to reroll the 2 zeros, as I want to make sure this is safe since it's on my ship.
I'll accept that.
Right, and I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice using the Starfleet citation for conspicuous gallantry. Each effect would remove one of the 6 threat that I spent.
Okay.
So that's good.
3 threat down.
And depending on if we need to ask questions, I may use the Medal of Honor, but we have 3 threats, so we'll see what questions we can get answered first before we get there.
As far as you know, this thing is designed. It was kind of designed to absorb a specific microwave frequency. It'll capture it in the inner chamber, and then once it gathers enough microwave energy, after a certain point, you think something will happen. Some sort of internal mechanism would fire.
Am I just able to decipher what that is?
You can't get a look on the internal components, but just kind of thinking this is supposed to absorb microwaves and then put those microwaves into some sort of internal component to activate them, to power some sort of internal thing.
Can I get a scale of the kind of power that would be required to activate this? Like, are we talking that it needs power equivalent to a starship's engine, or like it just needs to be shot a couple of times with a small like microwave device?
As a small hand phaser would probably do it. This thing isn't that at large, so probably discharging a hand phaser set to a specific frequency, he would do it.
Trying to think of what additional information we could get. And to the best of my knowledge, I can verify that it's Iconian.
Yeah, it has a similar metallurgy to known Iconian and devices.
If it released all the energy at once that was stored in it, would that be enough to, like, take down a force field and, like, damage part of the ship, or could it be contained by a force field on the ship?
If you... it's quite a lot of energy. It might take down, like, your standard force field, but if you reinforce it and do, like, a level 10 force field that are used to, like, contain warp core breaches, it shouldn't reach that kind of energy. And I'll take that last question as a momentum.
what is the policy regarding Iconian artifacts?
They are considered they're dangerous. You're supposed to turn them into Starfleet eight headquarters where they'll be properly scanned by professionals there. Because it's also known that Iconian devices are very dangerous, and hey, they have a habit of releasing computer viruses that really mess up computers. And also having technology that teleports people across the universe. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss. I don't know if there's anything else I can learn from it.
So are we all aware that this kind of technology is supposed to be turned in immediately?
That's kind of a standing order of Iconian technology is classified as threat level 2. Flag it, a specialized team will come retrieve it, take care of it, and study it. Threat level 1 is just nuke it, just destroy it on site.
So that's pretty high then, threat level. I guess I'm concerned that our ensign has had this in his possession and is probably aware of this and has failed to mention it at this point.
Would you like to state when you first became aware that this was Iconian ensign?
"2368, the date my mother retired."
Well, unfortunately, that puts you in violation of a Starfleet order for many years. And in fact, it puts you in violation of a Starfleet order basically your entire career. Oh, Archer's been like a commissioned officer for like less than a year then.
Yeah, he just graduated. This is probably his second posting. So technically he would only be in violation of Starfleet regulations for since graduation till now, which would be less than a year. But that's still violation of Starfleet orders, of Starfleet regulations, and that doesn't even account for his time as a civilian holding onto the technology. which is also weird because Dr. Bog, you would have access to his file. His mother is Admiral Archer, Rear Admiral who recently retired on Earth.
And his mother was aware of this object? Did I catch that right?
Yes.
So, what do you want to do about this, Captain? Do you want to confiscate the item? Do you want to arrest Archer for holding on to dangerous technology?
I will step outside of the office and call over the security officer that Calder has posted in the room. Crewman, if you would come here, please.
The crewman and nods to his partner, who takes the more central post, and the crewman walks over. Yes, Captain?
I'm going to stick out my hand holding the device and hand it off to him. I want you to call for a security team to escort you and this device to Armory 1, and I want you to lock it up. No one is to have access of any kind to this device unless personally authorized by myself.
Aye, Captain.
Dismissed, crewman.
Give me a presence, command, or security, a difficulty 2 to have this properly handed off and secured. And I'm going to spend some threat, increase the complication range to complication 3.
Threat.
Taking a threat.
Oh, I need to roll veteran real quick. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Wait. Oh, you know what? I never actually spent my determination, because I told you I was going to spend it, and then I rolled 5 dice, and I couldn't have done both of those. So I don't think I actually spent it.
Yeah, you're right. You already spent up to 5 dice, so...
So I don't. I guess I'm not gonna roll veteran because I would still have it then. I re-rolled with bold.
Rude. I wanted that threat. I was gonna do fun things with it. But instead, your orders are crystal clear, and the crewman takes the eye-coding device and locks it away without question. And after a few minutes, you get a confirmation in that the device is secured, and is placed under access only by your authorization and biometrics.
Very good. I'll return to the office and say, Ensign Archer, would you please wait outside the office?
Archer acknowledges and exits the office.
Well, Doctor, you happen to be in the unenviable position of being Commander Tolek for today, as he is trying to get Xareg's ship home. You get to be the highest ranking officer and the person I have to turn to for consultation.
I understand.
I think I will send a communication back to Earth, to Starfleet Command, advising of the violation of Archer and his mother. That will most certainly bring down Jag on top of Ensign Archer, though.
Captain, I have a concern of the fact that we have a Starfleet admiral that was evidently aware of this, because she's the one that told him what it was and did nothing about it. I'm concerned at why that would be. Why this would be something that an admiral would allow. I'm perfectly honest. I have some concerns about who we might notify at Starfleet to. I don't want us to get caught in between something here, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do, Doctor. GM, off the top of my head, was Ensign Archer's mom in any way tied up with Azalon or Narendra Station or any of that Calket business?
No, she wasn't anywhere close to Calket at business. Archer, do you have a specific position where your mother was as an admiral? I don't remember if we established that in your backstory.
She was stationed aboard a ship somewhere near Starbase 157, I believe.
What area of space is 157 in?
Let's pull up the map. Oh, as I still have numbers on the screen.
It happens to be the second closest starbase to Narendra.
But her field of influence was kind of this not quite the Tripolity area, because that now has bad connotations.
Yeah, that's over here.
Yeah.
Like, that whole section of space is just, like, rogue right
now. She was as kind of a linchpin and kind of keeping the balance between the Romulans, the Klingons, and the Federation, and kind of keeping the neutral zone unstable and keeping the Romulans and Klingons from beating each other up too much. That was kind of her purview. And keeping the diplomacy between those two sectors in line. Or the three superpowers in line.
So this is an admiral that was privy to significant Federation tactical information and troop movements, etc., like some heavy-duty information here that she would be.
Yeah, she's a rear admiral, so he's quite involved in all of that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can be a rear admiral and be in charge of logistics, and that's, getting toilet paper to spaceships. That she's in charge of fleet operations and defense of borders, though, is what it sounds like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's significant. So we've got somebody that's a very important rear admiral that is not turned in technology that is supposed to be turned in. Who gave the order that the Psychonian tech should be turned in? Just out of curiosity. Do we know that?
Would have been probably after the Enterprise encountered it.
Yeah, after the Enterprise encountered it. So would it be Nechaevis or?
Him or Paris?
It would probably be Admiral Paris. Yes, that gave the order that at this technology, we don't destroy it, but we definitely isolate it, contain it, and try to get professionals to study it.
Well, I guess
chief of operations for all of Starfleet.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that'd be Paris.
So, Captain, I would recommend that we contact Admiral Paris directly with this, and avoid contacting anyone else that we may not have a full understanding of what their motives are as to not revealing this.
I do share your concern with who should know. That's why I think instead I might send this directly to Admiral Nea. In the last year, we had a significant event where an unfortunate number of starships, and including at least one starbase, betrayed the Federation. And throughout all of it, I worked closely with Nea, and I know I can trust her. I know she was on the right side of that, so she's probably on the right side of this too.
Absolutely. If you've got someone that you're familiar with and can trust, I would definitely go with that. As far as the ensign, I feel like, unfortunately, we should probably at least put him under house arrest.
He's served pretty well, but he definitely has shown a lack of judgment in this case. I think instead, a reduction in responsibilities and rank might be more appropriate. He has shown himself to be quite useful, quite able during our contact with Xareg in the battles we've been in, but this definitely is not befitting an officer.
So, GM, I just outside of this, what's the punishment externally for not turning in iconic tech? Do we know what that is?
It's a violation of a standing order. It'd be like the punishment for violating the Prime Directive.
Yeah, it's about on par with that. It's on par with violating the Prime Directive or going to Talos 4 or...
Talos 4 is like kill on sight, so that's a little further.
Okay, so it's slightly less than going to Talos, because Talos 4 is a threat level 1 kill on sight.
I'm not sure that Starfleet's going to be okay with just a reduction in rank and duties, but I absolutely defer to your judgment, Captain. We definitely, I think, until we can better understand what's happening here and rebuild our trust in his judgment, he definitely does not need to be in charge of any systems that are critical at this time.
I'll consult with the JAG officer about what I should do, and in the meantime, I think reduced rank will serve. I'm not sure he will come out of this still being in Starfleet, but he can make himself useful in the meantime. All right, thank you for your advice, Doctor. I am about to handle this. You're more than welcome to stay if you wish, but your presence isn't required.
I'm happy to stand by you and support you.
I'll hit my comm badge then. Ensign Archer, if you would return to the office, please.
Ensign Archer opens the door and enters the office.
Ensign Archer, if you would stand at attention, please.
Ensign Archer stands at attention.
For violating a standing order of Starfleet, I am temporarily reducing you in the rank to crewman 3rd class, and you will continue to take...
Look at that boy.
I think you might want to be muted, Doctor.
Sorry.
That was kind of weird timing.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I apologize. My grandson's here, so he just got out of the bath. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Bad timing, bro. You're good.
What's hilarious? He's just now the captain's dressing down a guy and getting ready to reduce his rank and everything. I'm like, oh, look at the little boy. Terrible timing. So anyway, sorry.
Don't clip that.
Anyways, so I'm reducing you in rank to crewman 3rd class, and you will still take shifts, but you will no longer be in charge of the Helmar navigation departments, and you will not make use of the ship's facilities outside of your shift, other than those necessary for meals and personal maintenance. And I put out my hand towards him.
Do you accept?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh.
No, like cupped, like I'm waiting for him to hand me something.
Oh, that kind of hand. Okay. Archer, if you're speaking and we're not receiving.
I hand whatever the captain is expecting to him.
He's expecting your rank, Pip.
Well, then I hand that to him.
I turn and I hand the pit to the doctor. You're dismissed, crewman. Then I'll turn towards the doctor and say, Doctor, if you wouldn't mind taking that to the replicator.
All right, I'll take it. You talking about the pip?
Yeah.
To the replicator? You just, what do? They just reassimilate them or something?
Yeah.
It recycles it.
Gotcha. I'll do that. And as I'm taking it from his captain, I'm sorry. I hate that this has happened, but I felt like it was something that was a definite risk to the ship.
You were right, Doctor. I will be on the bridge if you need me. And I'll head back up to the bridge.
Okay. That was the thing that happened. Calder, what would you be doing at this time?
I currently have no idea. Maybe above game thinking why hasn't Elder consoled with his chief security.
I mean, if you can definitely call up to the bridge and ask him about the device.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah, you would have been notified that the captain ordered a thing, an object to be placed in high security within the armory. Captain's authorization only.
Yeah, I'll ask you about the thing.
Yeah, I will invite Archer Calder into my ready room.
Okay. Calder, you're invited to the ready room to discuss this.
Yeah, the captain will grab some coffee to drink and will say, about the device that I've had secured in the Armory number 1. It's an Iconian device that has just been recovered. We do not know what it does other than that it contains or can contain a fair amount of energy. Enough to take down at least a level 5 force field.
Do you know how you acquired this?
Yes, it was in the possession of Vincent Archer.
Any reason why? Why?
He seems to have had it for a long time. Almost for 11 years, in fact. I think we'll be handing it over at 621. After I've had a chance to talk with Naya.
Do you know if there's a way to activate this device, or is it something that doesn't really have an on switch?
No, I think I know how we could interact with it, it's just outside of our mission parameters, and it would put all of us not only at risk of tampering with something we don't understand, but also it would all make us very much in violation of orders.
So pretty much none of us have the ability to even use this device with our kit parameters.
Starfleet may allow us, but not without asking them first. There's nothing saying that they couldn't appoint us as the special investigators on this, but we would have to ask them first.
Oh boy.
Did you have anything else you want to discuss, Commander? But I assume we both stop talking and head back out onto the bridge.
Ah, crap.
Fine.
As I run out onto the bridge, I'll say report.
Romulan and Bird of Prey, just decloaked in front of the Nausicaan and cruiser.
Take us down to yellow alert. I assume that they had set red alert. That's why.
Yep, they saw the Bird of Prey decloak. They went to red alert.
Yeah.
Standing down to yellow.
Commander Calder, go ahead and start scanning, and communications, get me a channel with them.
They are hailing us.
On screen.
Boop. I think
Is this actually like the bird of, is that like a TOS era Bird of Prey?
Yeah, I mean it's not TOS, but it's kind of an older model.
Okay.
Okay, if you feel like saying this before anything on the screen, I think the Romulans came back with from customer support. Well,
it may be. Yeah, on screen.
I do so.
And Romulan and female appears on screen.
Like familiar?
No, actually, you have not had a chance to meet her. Captain Elder, you have someone of great importance to me.
Continue.
Release your prisoner, or I will fire upon your ship. Inside security, a difficulty 2.
I would like to spend a momentum to add a dice.
One momentum to add a dice.
While Calder's rolling, then I'll say, I'm afraid you may have to retransmit your last warbird. I think you just threatened a Federation ship almost twice your size with violence. Would you like to clarify that?
Gain into momentum, and yeah, just at a glance, you could thrash them. They're definitely trying to punch above their weight.
My insight is to just know any like, well, into what she just said.
She wants the prisoner that you have.
She wants Xareg.
Okay, could I... Does lead investigative work?
In what fashion? Best you can tell, she is an ally, or someone of interest to Xareg. You're not sure what type of relationship it is, but it appears that she wants him to continue doing the work that he has been doing.
Could I spend a momentum to connect the dot that this might be the cloak dealer?
I won't even say that. This is most likely the hole.
Then Calder's pretty sure this is how cloaks are getting out.
Yep.
Okay, I will look like I typed something, but instead I'm sending a message to the captain's terminal thing to with only 2 words, which I will actually private message you then.
Yep, go ahead. That can totally be a thing.
I'll look at my panel and then stand up in the bridge well and say, Romulan vessel, along with clarifying your last, could you please transmit your authorization to be in Federation space in possession of an armed vessel?
Very well. Transmitting now. As 2 Nausicaan vessels and a big old ship decloaks and opens fire.
I mean, it's bad for us, but I'd hate to be Tolek right now.
Yeah, the Starbase is gonna open fire with.
Did you say Starbase?
It's this. It is several times the size of our vessel, is what he's saying. We
Yeah.
knew that it was going to be. We knew based on information I think we got before you joined that it was going to be somewhere between scale 7 and scale 9. We're scale 4.
Can we spend some extra momentum to somehow how a while we were talking to the Limeline's emergency beam Tolek back to the Svalinn?
If you spend 2 momentum, you can beam the crew off the Nausicaan vessel and onto the Svalinn.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic idea. Fantastic idea.
2 momentum. All personnel is beamed off the now target practice. As you know what? One, I'm gonna, because I really want this to hit. Please work.
Is there a chance we could have activated the ship's self-destruct sequence before we were beamed off?
For another 2 momentum, you can have that advantage that at the.
I would leave it. I think we're gonna need that momentum for this fight.
Oh, most likely.
Yeah. I don't like. I think that ship is probably not a big danger to us at the moment. Like, if we had more momentum, I think it would be a good idea, but, you know, we need 2 momentum to keep the initiative if we're going to hit them hard.
What happens when they beam a crew on the ship and turn its guns on us?
Oof.
I think if we survive that long, it will be able to handle it.
As the fire base, more properly, it's not quite as big as a Starbase, but it's definitely too large to. This should not be naturally moving. Opens fire, and grazes your ship with a big old beam of plasma that looks like it's peeled off the core of a star. It is hot, just this red hot ribbon cuts across space and skims across your hull, just missing you.
Is it? So it's at long range?
It's at extreme range.
Okay.
But this particular weapon it uses needs 3 hits.
And it needs 3 hits at extreme?
For the particular weapon it just used.
So its normal range is long?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we rabbit?
Actually, I think what we could do, we could
Maybe cloak.
GM with the shields of the. Oh, never mind.
Would it be possible?
No, I mean they're in Federation space. We can't let them we can't leave this alone.
Question.
What?
Could we remotely
What?
pilot the Xaning's ship into it? And have it self-destruct just as it gets to, set it for a core breach, self-destruct, remotely
You don't
pilot
even
that
need to go that far. Just target the navigational array at it and engage at maximum warp.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure once it collides at, like warp 9, it'll blow up.
Ramming speed is a thing. To do it remotely, that would increase the difficulty by 1, but look here. Oh, oh wait, that's the wrong one. That is okay. Where's? It's not on my cheat sheet.
What are you looking for?
Ramming speed rules.
Oh, I'll help you when we get there. I think it's just a difficulty 2 task to actually hit them with control, with the engine's control in con, or it may be daring con. I'll have to.
Daring con difficulty 2. Daring con assisted by ship's engines con. Difficulties increase by 1 for every range category beyond close.
Which means it was difficulty. What's the base difficulty is 2?
Yeah, so you're looking at diff 5 to ram that thing all the way over there. Unless you...
Plus the 1 for the remote.
Yep.
So diff 6.
You can and remotely just maneuver it over to get it closer.
It may be a good time for Crewman Archer to show why we did not put him in the brig, why we let him stay.
Crewman Archer, given red alert, you have been called to the bridge to take up your station. And it is your turn.
I think.
Or
Is it possible for him to be assisted by who is this? Ensign Magnus, another con officer, as a navigations officer to plot a course.
yeah, I'll allow that. Both of them
So
could
then-
be kind of working on like navigating and plotting the course at the same time.
So, if I direct you, I can give you an automatic success on an assist. Then you could roll as many dice as you want, Archer, and then Magnus could also give you an assist. I think you could actually hit the difficulty 6 if you spend enough dice, or maybe use a determination.
What's the check? What's the roll?
It's Daring Con, isn't it?
Daring Con difficulty E6 right now. Why are you carrying the Gatling gun?
We went to red alert.
Okay.
Like, I guess we normally carry phasers, so it's not.
It's not that unusual. It's just kind of okay. That's a bit extra.
It's a little weird, but not like it checks out, I guess. If our shields go down, I guess it'll be useful if they decide to board us instead of just murdering us outright.
Oh, and you just happen to be by a star system. There's a star.
Yeah, so I'm gonna direct him to warp their ship into the enemy ship, and hopefully he gets enough successes where Magnus and me can put him over the edge. So it is difficulty 6, so you're gonna want to spend some resources on this to make it work.
All right, so Captain's giving you a direct, and with the metal, you're getting +2 to that, so you're effective rolling difficulty 4. Okay, so yeah, you'll be using the stats for, or the Nausicaan ship, because that's the one actually doing the ramming. So, Archer, what do you want to do to handle this? How much resources do you want to put into this? 2 momentum on the table. Oh, threat's always an option. You can possibly burn a milestone.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yes, I think I'll burn the milestone.
Okay. Which episode? Have you remote piloted a ship?
Could I burn the milestone for the Spirit of Discovery Tower?
Yeah, you could do that. If you want to use that to gain 3 momentum and gain 2 dice. Or you can and just use the determination and get a automatic +2 to the roll.
I was going to use the Spirit of Discovery talent and give you use 5 momentum and give you 1 threat to roll 5 dice.
Okay. That will get you up to 5 dice. Do you have any focuses or talents that could apply?
Focus in flight control systems.
Absolutely.
Talent of push the limits. Would that work?
This is the difficulty isn't increased because of any navigation error. It's more of just you're trying to hit a ship from a long range away, and you're not piloting that ship. You're doing it remotely. Woo! Okay, and then the assist from Magnus and the assist from the Nausicaan ship, which I don't think you have stats for, so I'll just roll that.
For Magnus, astronavigation.
That'll work.
Well, that's good. We really needed to earn momentum on this. So that's what? 7 on his part, +2 from Magnus, +2 from me.
So 9 on difficulty 6.
No, that's 11.
11. So you gain
4
5 momentum.
Oh, 5, yeah. 5.
Yeah, which we're gonna need that for keeping the for swift tasks and stuff. So it inflicts a number of damage equal to 2 plus the ramming ship's scale.
Which
So
the ramming
it's scale 5.
it's scale 5.
So that would be 7 challenge dice. You probably want to roll those because then we gotta calculate spread, vicious, and devastating. The enemy ship is going to do its scale.
Okay.
It would be 7 challenge dice because it's 2 plus the
Oh, I thought
scale
I hit
of
enter. Didn't I? Okay.
You just need to roll 3 more.
Okay, I'll roll 3 more.
2 more. 5 plus 2.
Computer,
7.
work. There we go.
That's unfortunate. We didn't get any vicious.
And I have so many sheets open.
They only get scale. They don't get the extra.
Okay.
The extra only goes to the ramming ship. But it's still vicious, so they did way more damage. Did Xareg's ship had increased resistance, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. How much resistance did it have? 6, was it, or 7?
It was 6.
So Xareg's ship is going to take 3 damage.
Okay.
What's their resistance?
The big ship's resistance is 7. It's.
Oh, so right now this is not doing any damage.
What about that? Well, at least it's now in spooning distance for that self-destruct.
It is in spooning distance.
Yeah, they need to cause breaches. I don't think they're gonna do enough damage to it because with 6 resistance, spread and devastating are gonna do damage, but only to shields probably. What's the ship's shields at? The Xareg's ship's shields at?
It's currently at about like 74%. 8. It has 8 shields left.
Okay, well then, spread. It's gonna inflict. Oh no! No effects were rolled, so spread will not happen.
Yeah, so that's just flat damage, and so
Devastating attack is. Additional hit dealing half the primary attack's damage, which is not enough to go over the resistance of the ship. So, Xareg's ship is going to not do any damage to their ship.
What?
Now,
it scares them.
yeah, it's just basically we didn't roll well enough.
Yeah.
If we had rolled more effects, it would have been much more impactful, but we just didn't roll any effects.
Should we roll?
I mean, I was assuming that we could not just use combat momentum spins. That would be up to the GM.
Since you're using it as a combat maneuver, or you could spend a momentum to reroll all the 3 zeros if you would like.
Oh, then we definitely want to do that.
Okay.
Does someone want to reroll 3 challenge dice?
I got it.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Alright, so
we do 2 damage to his shields.
okay.
And now it's worth actually spending for the other things. So.
Alright, so the total damage is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with 1 effect.
Yeah, so what we want to do now is we want to have we want to leave 2 momentum on the table. So I think we spend 2 on piercing, if you would allow that. Which would bring us up to 6 damage, which would be a breach. And that was not targeted, so you would roll a random for that breach.
Okay.
All right. Please tell me we're not fighting a PC level ship that is scale 7.
This is an NPC ship.
Okay, so it just okay.
It's just a breach.
I was about to say we're going to be.
We're gonna be here for a long time.
Oh, scale 7, because oh god, I don't even want to think about it.
If it was PC, I knew objective would be run.
I think we would win, but we would be here till 2 a.m. and it would be a slugfest. So let's see. Next thing is spread. We do have an effect now, so we are doing 1 additional hit to a random system. So if you'd like to roll, you can roll an additional system.
It's just an extra system. So
Yeah. It only matters if you roll like weapons or engines to see if they lose power or if their weapons go offline or something like that.
Let's just begin.
Half the damage rounding up, +1 for every effect rolled after the first. We only have one effect, so it is just half damage rounded up, which is 5, which is not enough to even go against their resistance.
Okay.
Devastating is the same way. It is half the primary attack's damage round up, going against resistance, shields, and breaches by itself, which is not enough to go over their resistance. So I think that means total we've done 6 damage for 1 breach, because I bet their shields are still up, right?
Yes, their shields are
Okay.
definitely still up.
Yeah, so that's all that Xareg's ship does. Now their ship is
Actually, as you're
There's-
calculating that damage, they see the ramming maneuver, and this vessel moves to intercept. And I'm gonna see if I can get in between you and the ship in time. I'm to take the damage for you. Rolling 1 threat for an extra dice. And so 6. So this is like difficulty 2. Maybe to catch it.
Their resistance is only like 3, right?
And that ship is completely obliterated, but Xareg's ship is stopped just short of the fire base, as they kind of did a suicidal dive in front of the ramming ship.
Yeah, their scale is not large enough to do damage to Xareg's ship.
Their scale was 3, so it would have been negligible, but it would have obliterated the raider.
Can I have a quick rundown on how self-destruct works?
If their breaches on the engines go above the number of the scale, then he rolls at the end of every turn to see if the ship blows up. Oh, that's for a PC ship. For an NPC ship, we just have to hit over the scale. We just have to get breaches over the scale, and then it experiences more core range.
Well, no, like I meant like the equivalent of.
Oh, to key in the self-destruct system?
Like, didn't we try and do that before the mass beam out with Tolek?
No.
No. The self-destruct has not been keyed in yet. But yeah, that's your first turn. Do you want to keep the initiative or swift task?
Well,
I'm gonna swift task and order Archer. I think what we should do is if Archer warps us like over here, we'll be able to engage the Romulan ship at medium and handle them. And then we'll make the big ship have to come to us and waste time coming to us.
Alright, so 1.
Well, it'll be a warp, so it won't be an impulse. I think they're too far away for impulse.
Yeah, but isn't it like one power per band?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, so 1. Okay, so you're looking at 7 range bands.
Well, extreme is every range band after 4. So the highest you can go is extreme range. Everything is extreme range after that.
So, oh, you're looking at extreme 3. So just extreme.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the roll for that?
No, you go back. Nope. For warp speed, it's control con, difficulty 0, assisted by engines con, and it has a power requirement equal to the number of zones moved. So, extreme +1 is 5.
Alright, let's do it.
Alright, Archer, you have been so ordered. And this is a difficulty 0 task.
Would you give me a focus in warp field dynamics?
I'll allow it. Archer, do you want to spend threat for that? Aw, guess not. And the ship's assist with engines con. So, 4 momentum.
We need to fix the ship's power because we should be just at 11 minus 4 right now.
Yep, 11 minus 4. And
Which means
you're still at yellow alert because you haven't powered on your weapons yet.
yeah, that's a can I use one of my miners to do that? Because since it was technically my task, I would have a miner on both of. I had 2 miners. I didn't use the first one, but can I use the?
Use the miner
use
too.
the second one. Yeah, red alert.
I kind of figured that. Alright, and do you want to be like right here or right here? Medium range? Yeah, that's medium. Alright, you have 4 momentum on the table. Do you wish to...
It's free for us because of Calder.
Okay, you guys can keep the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever everyone else wants to do. We haven't really taken any breaches yet, so we don't have work for the doctor quite yet.
Maddox could do power recovery, or Calder can open fire.
Or Tolek could do scan for weakness. I think Calder, if you're planning on pumping power into the phasers, probably let Maddox go first.
Okay. I think my plan was to maybe pump some quantums into Xareg ship to jumpstart that self-destruct. Well, make it go boom.
They're at extreme from us now, so it would be like difficulty 4.
I thought.
Quantums are long, so it's only 1 outside of. It's only +1 difficulty.
Yeah, it would be difficulty 4.
That's only a power requirement of 1. You can't pump extra power into torpedoes.
But if you want to use phasers on something, like, I don't know, this nice juicy Romulan ship here.
Okay, so you want to give us some energy back, Maddox?
I'll use 1 momentum for an extra die.
1 momentum for an extra dice, and power regeneration.
Oh, and Calder, remember, when you get started firing, at least on 1 shot, you got that Medal of Honor, and that'll come in real handy for spending for things like piercing and extra damage and devastating attack and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, I plan on using my Medal of Honor for the quantums because they don't have versatile.
Alright, so you generate 2 momentum, and you get...
3.
Oh, wait, actually... I forgot, you guys have improved warp drive, don't you?
Yeah, so it's +1 power for every momentum you spend, so it's 2 power per 1 momentum.
Yep.
To regain, we get 1 from him succeeding.
Well, no,
which
warp drive is you guys just went to warp, so you just spent 4 powers to roll 4 challenge dice.
Oh, I forgot. I didn't even realize off the top of my head we had that talent.
Do you want me to roll them?
Go ahead.
We got it. We got 1 power back.
Okay.
So we're at 6.
So you're at 6 power, and you gain 2 power, and you can get +1 power per.
It's 2 power. It's normally 1, but he can. But doesn't he have a talent? Doesn't Maddox have a talent for power generation?
I thought he did. No, he does not.
No.
So 1 to 1.
Yeah, so it would take 3 to fill us back up, Maddox.
Spend 3 momentum to fill up your power.
That's what we need to do.
All right.
Oh, a good thing you can remember. You can go over our max.
Yeah, you can
and
overcharge your power system.
Overcharge it.
Actually, I'm thinking. What was the difficulty on the power regen?
It was diff 2.
And we. Okay. Never mind. I was gonna think maybe you could swift task and try to roll for another power regen task, but I don't think that would do us any favors. Oh, you could. Oh wait, modulating the shields is a security task.
Wait, shouldn't we roll for the ship? For the power regen or no?
Oh
The
no,
ship
that's
doesn't
just
help.
for going to. That's for going to warp. Oh yeah, and the ship doesn't help with regening power. Where's the? I gotta get back to the engineering task to see if there's anything else Maddox could do. Where is?
Regen shield or damage control. Kind of all the.
He counts as internal systems, I think.
Yeah.
Or main engineering. I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else really to do because we haven't taken any damage to our shields or any breaches. Yeah, so I guess there's nothing that would hurt Maddox just spending the 2 for extra power to get us to 13.
Sounds good to me.
All right. 2 momentum down. You are now at 13 of 11 power. And you've. Alright, so you swift test, you. Alright, so it is now enemy's turn. Oh, hi. Actually, you're just within immediate range, so I'm just gonna roll this. Firing disruptors.
Are they beams or cannons?
Banks.
Banks, I think, are they're like
+1 challenge dice.
Yeah, but you can't use area.
Yeah, so this is just hitting your shields.
Well, I mean, there's only one of us, so area wouldn't be useful anyways.
Alright, so 2, 4.
We take
6.
5, so no matter what you do, we're taking a breach.
You get 1 breach.
Now there's something useful for the doctor to do.
Let's roll that system.
Sensors.
You have 1 impact on sensors. Which... Let's open this up. Alright, so it's disrupted, temporary won't function until sensor operation officers perform the restore or minor action. No task can be attempted that will be used or assisted by the ship's sensors. And until that minor action is performed, all attacks are made by increased difficulty of 1. And yeah, that is their turn.
So, couple things we could do. So, the doctor could give us some help. There is a medical task that could help. Maddox could help restore shields, or Calder could fire, or Tolek could do scan for weakness. We're no longer in danger of being fired at by the Romulans because they've already gone.
I think this is the first breach I've actually put on your guys. Yay!
No, we took some in one of the earlier battles.
Okay.
Oh no, I take that back. I don't think we took breaches in the battle. I think we took it from the stellar phenomena.
Yeah.
That is correct.
That's when Sullivan was constantly rolling crit fails.
Well, we need some momentum, so I think it would be best for the doctor to go. I'm trying to find the task that I'm talking about.
Isn't like presence medicine and something to help with emergency?
I don't remember the exact role, that's why I'm looking for it. When the ship has suffered 1 or more breaches, during a scene, characters in sick bay can choose a single department and attempt a daring plus medicine, difficulty 2, assisted by ship's computer's medicine. If successful, the task which uses that department may re-roll 1d20 as injured personnel from that department rush back to work. It does not, the way I read it, it does not have to be the same system that took a breach.
No, so you just kind of call ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was that? Was that in the medicine book?
No, it's 225 under the sick bay section, 3rd paragraph. So, Doctor, you could choose a system, like, whoever's going next, like, well, Maddox can't go again. So, the next role is either going to be Calder, Archer, or Tolek. And I think we probably want Tolek to go before Calder for scan for weakness. So, you could roll a daring medicine task assisted by computer's medicine difficulty 2, and you could give Tolek a reroll on the science department.
And with your advantage granted from earlier, you could decrease that to a difficulty 1. If you want to use that for this particular task.
I'm going to hold on to that for something more later. See
Okay.
I'm
So
concerned we could get into a situation where I need to do some actual life-saving stuff here, so.
Yeah, I mean, Diff 2 is not that hard to hit anyway.
yeah, assisted by. And this can be directed at the science department. So
My emergency medicine probably gives me a focus, yes?
yes.
Okay.
And computer.
I don't know how to roll that. How do I roll that?
I'll get it, but generally you'd go to the Svalinn sheet, and you would roll like you roll for yourself, except it would be computer's medicine, and you would only roll 1 dice, and you would always roll with a focus.
Alright, so 2 momentum on that as the ship's rocked around it and a little bit, and Dr. Bog, you just snap right into emergency mode. You start triaging people, telling them to get back to work. You're handling the workflow, and the science department now has a reroll to use on their next task.
That's how we roll.
Alright. Do you wish to keep the initiative or swift task?
What are some swift tasks that I can do?
You're in med bay, so really you could only do what you just did again. But it would be a difficulty 3. You could do other things, but you'd basically have to override. Oh, you know what you could do? You could it's kind of janky, but it's the way the system works. You could restore the ship's sensors from the med bay, technically with a minor action.
It would be 1 momentum for an extra minor, or actually with the minor.
No, he hasn't used his minor.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would free up one of the next characters to use their minor for something else.
All right, I'll do that then.
That is kind of janky. Okay, so he overrides by this minor action. Does that cost anything? Or is it literally just a minor action?
No, so override increases the difficulty, but the minor actions don't have difficulties, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so
like they're already minor actions, so minor actions don't ever have difficulties. So the fact that the difficulty increases by 1 is irrelevant.
okay. Narratively, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Well, he has computer consoles down there, so that's why it's technically possible.
Is this kind of metagaming though? I mean, I'm okay with it if the GM wants to say that this isn't. I mean, this doesn't make sense because I'm busy fixing people. I just as soon.
No, like, I mean, narratively, it could be something like the part of the sensors that blew out is near medbay. You can go over there, use one of your consoles to reroute around the system.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah,
all right, that makes sense to me.
I can make it narratively work. I was gonna say as you're in medbay, you're noticing the crew roster of people are coming through are all coming from sensor operations. So, you tell one of the least damaged people, here's a band-aid, slap it in your forehead, get back and reroute out sensors. And you just kind of like quickly triage them, and that's your minor action to get the sensors back online.
Okay, that I like that.
It's like, hey, these are all from the same department.
We need you guys back there because we need people manning that department.
All right. And everyone's out of range. I don't even have the warp power to get there. I think because I still have like 2 moves left on this guy. Yeah, let's do that. Structures con. Alright, and this guy's gonna Duke dive and roll. And that was a difficulty 1, so I cool.
Their ship is. Did they do an attack run or like
They're doing an evasive maneuver.
Okay, so it's more. It's +1 difficulty to hit the big ship.
It's +1 difficulty to hit the little ship.
Oh, behind the big. Okay, the other raider.
No. Oh, the Ramen ship can go again, can it? Because it has 3 scale.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is.
It's just each task becomes. I think the difficulty goes. I'd have to double check that.
But it's a different department because this is the helmsman, not the tactical officer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really use that rule very often, so you're more likely to know that than me. I know it's in a sidebar somewhere. Each task attempted after the first during each round from any single roll increases the difficulty by 1.
Okay. Oh, so it's just collectively. It's not like each because there is no.
No, I think
department.
it's. However, each. I guess that depends on your interpretation of the word from, but I read that as each task they take is increased by 1. But if you read from a different way, I think also it could mean that every roll itself, if you try to do a roll again, that roll would be increased. So firing the ship's weapons and then firing them again, the second time there would be an increased difficulty. So that's.
I think
that's
it's the
how
second.
That's how you want to read it.
Yeah, I think it's the second way because. Yeah, otherwise ships couldn't fire and maneuver and regen stuff. So.
Yeah, it has been almost like 8 or 9 months since I used NPC ship combat rules because I mostly do fleet stuff.
Okay. But they're at increase. The Romulan ship it does an evasive maneuver and it's harder to hit. It is now your turn.
Me to shoot him?
No, I think next Tolek should go so that so that we get that scan for weakness and you can hit him really hard.
Okay.
Because remember, if we do scan for weakness, you could basically, if you roll good, you could ignore all their resistance. Like you can.
Okay.
You can mess them up pretty bad if Tolek sets you up.
Well, Tolek. Okay, so I'll go for Tolek because he's not here.
Yeah, you can just kind of NPC for Tolek and it'll count.
Oh, then that's Control Science Difficulty 1, assisted by the Sensors Security. Oh, I guess we made a mistake there.
What happened?
we got the reroll on the science department, but but Tolek's task is a sensor security task. I don't know if there are any combat tasks that use the science department. That is that's my fault. I should have caught that.
It's okay. I will spend a momentum to get a third dice.
Okay.
Someone will go through the ship for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of these folks would work for scan the enemy.
Does he have a focus in sensor ops?
No.
No. He has astrophysics, quantum mechanics, emergency medicine, physics, trauma surgery, and survival.
I'm sorry, could you read that off again?
Astrophysics, quantum mechanics, emergency medicine, physics, trauma surgery, and survival.
No focus.
Okay.
But you do hit it. Someone's DMing me, being distracting. Scan weakness is difficulty 1, so you generate 2 momentum. Any swift task for Tolek?
Instead, we could keep the initiative.
Yeah,
Or
if
you
I
could-
recall, could I spend the 2 momentum gain to beef up the ability?
You would do that when you roll to shoot them. Like when you go to roll, as many dice as you buy, that's how much extra damage you get to put into the phasers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why this is so important. Is it makes the phasers do more damage, and it gives us a chance to reduce their resistance.
Okay, so
yeah, you could spend 2 to keep the initiative though, because they've gone since we went last.
yes, so let's keep the initiative so I could fire at the ship's stupid face.
Okay, so 2 momentum, keep initiative, and fire at ship's stupid face.
Phases or torps, my good sir?
Oh no, the scan for weakness is for phasers.
Oh, okay.
And also, they still have shields up, so phasers.
I think you can use it for torps, but I'd have to read the book again. But it's definitely, if the ship's shields are up, phasers are the preferred option.
Okay.
Because torpedoes will always cause more breaches than phasers, but phasers are more likely to do damage to the shields.
Okay, I would like to spend 1 momentum and 2 threat for 2 dice.
1 momentum, and 2 threat.
Remember, this is when you can spend to increase the damage on the dice. So you don't have to go for the 3rd dice, but it's always important to remember, like, this is for each dice you buy on this specific roll is when you get the increased challenge dice on the attack.
Yeah, that's why I got 2 dice.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we're looking at a control plus security. Normally div 2, it's div 3 because they did evasive action. and assisted by weapons and security. Oof. You gain 2 momentum back.
I guess roll phasers.
Roll me that beautiful phaser damage.
Okay. So add 2 more to the phaser, okay?
I went ahead and got it there for you.
Yep.
Well,
Okay,
that could have been a little bit better.
We gotta spend 1 to reroll all of those.
Yeah, the versatile first.
Oh, spend 1 of the versatile for that. Okay.
Yeah, so...
Reroll 5. Okay, I need to roll if it's piercing 1 or piercing 2 on the... piercing 2 per effect.
Okay, so yeah, you pierce through all that, so that is 10 damage.
So, straight to shields. Do their shields go down?
Not quite. They have a sliver left.
If we did the versatile one into damage for 1 extra point of damage, would they go down?
They would go down after that.
If you do that, Calder, then we're gonna do 2 breaches.
Yep. Spending 1.
Alright.
So, so the scan for weakness still counts if you did a devastating, because it's on this attack only. And devastating it counts as this attack, you just calculate the effects separately. So, you might be able to do another 2 breaches if you spend 2 momentum. I'm not sure. I'd have to calculate it real quick. What is half the damage?
Half the damage
5.
is 5.
5. So there are still 4 effects. So their resistance is still down by 8, but we're only doing 5 damage. Which means we would still be doing... That would be another 2 breaches, because that's 5 damage and...
5 damage and on 0 shield. So yeah, that'd be another 2 breaches.
So if you spend 2 momentum, or you use the 2 momentum you could get from Medal of Honor, you could do 2 more breaches.
I'll pull my Medal of Honor.
Okay. You pull your Medal of Honor, or 2 momentum, as this attack is devastating and just cuts through the shields. It peels off a whole nacelle, and she is tumbling in space.
Do we know what scale it is? I'm assuming since they're they're scale 3.
Yep.
Or are they scale? Oh yeah, okay.
Scale 3, but I'm spending because I don't want them dead yet.
I think it's... Okay, I couldn't remember if it would be 4 or 5 to blow them up.
Okay,
it would be 4 to blow them up, so you did effectively blow them up. I spent 2 momentum to buy them an extra turn because there's people on that vessel that I don't want dead yet.
Okay. I have to log in to do stuff for work, so I'm only going to be available from chat for a while.
I have a quick idea.
Okay.
Would anyone be opposed that we beam people from here and then escape? Because these are definitely people of importance, because they are the cloak dealers.
If you want to beam them over, we're almost at the top of the round, so you would have to wait a turn, because yeah, everyone has gone. So I'll just have like one more turn earn from my bad guys to get things done. And then it'll be at the top of the round, everything resets, and Maddox can and do a beam out.
Yeah, what's your thoughts about this, Captain?
Captains and
I think he had to step out for a minute. He said he had to log on for something at work.
yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's quickly do. You want to just do the enemy stand, and then wait for Elliot to come back, so I can.
Elder said he's going to be gone for a little bit, so we could talk to him in text or.
Yeah, I'm talk to him and also like Adam.
All right, but any swift tasks you want to do or initiatives? I mean, you could beam them over yourself. It would just be +1 difficulty because as of a swift task and +1 difficulty from overriding a console. So you're looking at plus transporters are most effective at close range. Yeah, you're looking at difficulty 5 control engineering task.
The ship is called A Bit of Prey, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, Romulan Bird of Prey. But are the players keeping the turn or are the bad guys going?
Have they already gone?
No. You just fired on them, and that was their turn. I still have these couple ships over here that can do things.
I'm guessing they still have to move.
Yep.
Who just disconnected, then reconnected?
That was me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't hear that because I'm streaming and it turns off those noises.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, your light was flashing, but I couldn't hear you, so I popped out, popped back in, that I could hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Yerp. As this ship warps right by you, gets real close to the sun, and starts doing things. Very, very bad things. Alarms start going off on your ship.
Oh no, I know what this is.
And top of the round is now player's turn.
I still feel like it's a good idea to maybe do a quick bio break for till Elder returns.
Elder let me know, that he's gonna be gone for like an hour, so. Yeah, he's logging in for a thing for work and trying to do that, so.
Okay, so
I mean, beam over sounds like a good idea.
Beaming
Yeah.
over and getting away from this mess sounds like an excellent idea.
yes. I think it'll make sense to have Ellie use a command. What will direct?
He can't do another direct. He's already used 2 directs this scene. But Maddox could just straight up beam up people.
Okay, do it.
Their shields are down. +1 if not on the planet. +1 if destination's not bad. Where would you be beaming these people? Directly into the brig, or would you beam the transporter pads and have security tag him there?
Considering the need for haste in this position, I would think that we would beam them into the emergency transporter bays with security personnel standing by.
Okay, that keeps the difficulty down.
Yeah.
Plus, we want to get as many as we can off of that ship.
Okay, so this is like difficulty 3. So control engineering difficulty 3.
I think you should spend.
The only thing I'd caution against is you have to spend a minor to bring the shields down and then a minor to bring them back up. So be careful to make sure you get them back up before someone shoots at us.
Yeah. Well, the plan is to beam them, then keep the initiative, then warp out.
We can. I don't think we should warp out. We can win this, and that's a ship we don't want to leave around.
They're doing the sun thing.
They're doing bad things to the star.
I don't think we can beat them when the sun will go boom. But at least taking prisoners from the bit of repair would be helpful.
Oh, GM, like they're doing the thing that's going to cause a supernova.
Yeah.
You're not quite sure, but they're definitely drawing. They have a giant plasma stream coming from the sun into their ship.
I don't think they're going to cause a supernova. I think they're recharging their main weapon.
Well,
What kind of alarm did you say went off on the ship?
Just stellar, general alarms of stellar disturbance. Please, leave. Because the sensors are seeing the star doing some weird things, and magnetic fields going hyperflux, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near that thing. But it might be a safe guess that they're recharging their main weapon.
dang, I don't know if it's the recharging that causes the sun damage or the weapon itself.
Do their shields have to go down to do this? Like, are their shields down right now?
No, their shields are still up.
Do we think we could do significant damage or severely damage them if we tried to cause a coronal mass ejection?
Oh, I like this. Let's do it. I like this idea.
I mean, it's not my turn. I'm not even fully available for this, so that's. I would
Okay.
prefer to destroy them, but I'm not going to overrule everybody if they want to run away.
Coronal mass ejection could totally be a thing. You would have to get closer to the star and fire a torpedo spread.
Oh, the thing that destroyed the shipyard during the Dominion War.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, there's tons of them in our solar system all the time, but we're protected by our magnetic field.
Yeah. I mean,
They're not big enough to have their own magnetic field. They're going to take the full force of it.
Well, yeah, but it still destroyed the entirety of that shipyard.
yeah,
Okay,
because they did have a magnetic field. Yeah, you would have to get within long range of the star, and this would actually be like a daring engineering difficulty 3 task.
And what would we do to make this a equivalent of a drive-by?
You would have to get to okay, one turn to get to the star, one turn to fire it, and then it would have to do another turn to GTFO.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if we do that, then we can't get the prisoners.
I mean, I'll hear arguments, but Elder is more concerned with not letting this massive ship that can destroy stars getting away. Like, the Romulans kind of sealed their fate by attacking us. We should save them if we can, but the fact that they fired on us means they've already accepted that the possibility of them dying could be in the cards. Like,
Okay.
it's kind of like if you shoot at a naval warship and there's a hurricane coming, they might save you, but the fact that you fired on them kind of gives them warrants to just leave to save their own ship instead of saving you, because you've made yourself hostile.
Okay.
Do stupid things, get stupid prizes.
Okay, so...
Yeah, that's about where we're at right now.
Okay, so if we do a move and then keep the initiative to fire, well, to get into long range. How does that sound?
Who only Archer can do things, I think.
Well, I'm saying, how does that plan work with having Archer go first, and then we keep the initiative?
The start of the turn would turn over.
Well, yeah. Well, now it's.
We would go first, because they went first last time.
Yeah. So.
So we don't need to keep the initiative. Archer can go, and then someone else can go.
Oh, really? Okay.
Am I right, GM?
Yeah, Archer can go, then someone else can go. Because we've hit the top of the round.
Yeah. So, if Archer wants to do some fancy flying.
Come on, and that Pip boy.
Pip boy. Alright, to get in long range. Yeah, the star's about long range. So you could do an impulse maneuver. Yeah, you can use an impulse maneuver, control con difficulty 0. And you can use that to generate momentum. And with the Svallinn's advanced impulse engines.
And a mix of Archer's ability.
Nope, that's only if you do attack pattern or evasive actions.
Oh, okay.
I keep forgetting, that only fires under specific things. But yeah. So difficulty is E0, control con, can get you over here.
Okay. You got this, Archer.
Huh, nat 20. Any way to squash that? Actually, Archer does, because Born Near Warp Core does not hit. I'm just gonna take the 2 threat, because there are fun things I want to do. Almost everyone went. Alright, as you bank away and dive towards the star, you're now
Wait a
at the
minute.
star. Well, within weapons range.
I'm a tad bit realizing something.
What?
Would this work with... Because wouldn't this ship have to be sort of this range to actually do the supernova?
It has an extended. It has extended range because it's kind of designed to do this exact thing. You're kind of improvising at this point, so you have to get a little
Okay.
closer.
Okay.
All right, that's Archer's turn. Spend. Okay, so you gain 2. Do you want to spend those 2 to keep the initiative and cause a supernova or a coronal mass ejection?
But wouldn't it be R10 twice because it's top of the gun with the enemy starting?
Enemy started last round because they started by opening fire. So top of the round rolls over. Okay, so you can just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the round rolls over right now. Because Archer did take a turn. He was just
Whoever
commanded.
wants to go. Oh no, never mind. I used all my directs, so you're
Yep.
you're up. If you, oh no, I don't even need to generate momentum, so it's just whoever needs to go should go.
All right, 2 pulled off this crazy maneuver. Daring engineering or science, difficulty 3, assisted by my ship's structure engineering. As you're basically using the deflector dish to create a focus, a magnetic beam that will cause arcs on the solar surface.
You got this, Maddox.
Indeed, I do.
As crazy ideas are happening.
I will use 1 momentum for a 3rd dime.
All right.
I assume Starship Power Systems will work as a focus.
Not quite. This isn't power deflector systems. I'll take warp propulsion systems at complication. as you do kind of need the deflector dish for warp drive. It'll be increased complication 1.
Okay, that'll work.
All right.
And I will re-roll that 1 die.
All right. And you hit it. As the deflector beam lances out to the star, and giant plumes of plasma start arcing across the surface. It arcs and it hits the plasma stream of the unknown alien craft, just as there's a bright blue glow across its surface, and there's a bright light flash, and everything goes dark as there's a bright flash and a bright boom as suddenly you're tumbling in through space, and there's suddenly a thin atmosphere around you.
Say what?
Yeah, what?
We're falling into the star.
Nope.
Not with an atmosphere.
In fact, because that went so poorly. Your shields lose 3 power, or as the just from being rocked and rolled.
So what just happened?
You don't know.
Status report.
Lots of conked heads and stuff. Actually, there's a dice roll for this.
What? This?
Damage reports. Insight Command, difficulty 1, assisted by comms engineering.
I'm guessing LD would do damage report, which is what, Insight Command?
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty?
Difficulty 1. And assisted by communications engineering from the ship. 2 momentum. Might want it. There's some bumps and bruises across all decks. Shields have been hit. Navigation's all sorts of messed up. And also, the ship is no longer on sensors. Archer.
Can I do that the medical thing I did earlier, where I helped give somebody a bonus roll or bonus dice?
Yeah. Daring medicine. Difficulty 2. Assisted by something on the ship.
I've got emergency medicine, which was the focus on that.
Yep,
Right.
that would be emergency medicine.
Okay.
Assisted by computers medicine.
Is it just the? Oh, okay. There you go.
Computers medicine. Okay. And which department did you want that to go to?
I think to get our sensors probably back online. Or did you say they're out?
Hmm?
Did you say the sensors are out? You said they were all kinds of messed up.
Yeah, sensors are out. You're kind of blinded at the moment.
Okay, it's to help whoever's working on those. That's who I want that to go to.
Okay, so that'll go to science. Alright, so you're kind of lost at the moment. Either Archer can give me a navigation check, or Tolak can. Someone can roll for Tolak and get a sensor scan.
Can we all? Let's do a sensor scan.
Okay. Sensor science difficulty 0. Assisted by computer science.
What's
Or
the,
sensor science. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the character attribute used?
Control. Is it control or reason science? Goodness, I should know this. I've been playing this game for how long? Reason science. It's reason plus science assisted by sensor science.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Will he get the bonus from me there on this one then?
Yeah. So you can re-roll that 0 if you would like.
YOLO.
All right. You have to float, and I will have.
GM, do you have an idea on what to spend on those 2 floats? Because I have no idea.
Probably extra questions.
Okay, so...
I'm just gonna send this to you, Calder.
Okay.
All right. Message sent to you.
Would you allow me to read this out loud?
Yeah.
Okay. There is 1 star that we are next to, and then all land, all around us, in a sphere. About 5 billion
Kilometers.
kilometers out. Oh god, are we in a Dyson sphere?
Ding 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 ding. Through interacting with the a star as that ship was jumping out, you have been dragged into a Dyson sphere.
Can I spend 1 to know the dangers of a Dyson sphere?
Well, one of the dangers right now is that the you don't see any particular egresses to the outside surface. And there's another air danger that the captain will be made aware of.
Okay, here's another question that might be good. Are we the only one in the fleet that wait, let me wait this. Are we the first in the fleet to be dealing with the Dyson sphere?
Yeah, just about. You have one more question that you can ask about the one more momentum that you can spend on extra questions.
I got a suggestion.
Okay.
Wait, or just typing something.
Location of the Dyson sphere.
Yeah.
Unable to determine because you can't see outside.
Can we follow our own
Ion trail.
Your ion trail to see where we came in from?
Yeah, you follow your own ion trail and it drifts back about you've probably been in orbit for a little bit, so it drifts back about 500 kilometers, and then there's a bunch of tachyons and nothing. Bunch of tachyons and subspace particles, and it looked like space got really angry right there for a moment.
So we somehow.
That's gotta be the coolest way I've ever heard that described.
Space
Space got really angry there for a second.
Yeah, you didn't come in any traditional or classic way. You were ripped out of the universe and popped in here.
I wonder if we can take any comfort in the fact that that big monstrosity is not here with us.
It is probably nearby.
Okay, let's scan for that ship. Let's launch.
Well, you do have one free question, so did you want to ask if there's any other ships in the area?
Yes.
There is.
I am leading a ship with the IFF of the USS Hatfield near the shell. So I think we should get into comms range and call them.
And that's where we end the episode, as we'll have our first crossover with the USS Hatfield this Saturday.
Ooh.
As both you and the Hatfield have been spiraling around the galaxy, getting closer and closer, and now both of you happen to be in the Dyson sphere at the same time. The same Dyson sphere that Xareg and his compatriots have been working on all this time.
Wait, so compared to the distance, is the Svalinn inside and the Hatfield outside?
The Hatfield is inside, but it's near the shell. Which
okay.
I might have the scale wrong. I think it's more than 5 billion kilometers. I'll have to check. It's slightly less than 1 AU because this is a class M star. that is the end of our episode.
When did you say we're having our next episode? It's not next Thursday?
It is